On the December 2019 City Council meeting, you were in attendance, correct?
Yes.
And you were in attendance in your role as the city manager, correct?
Yes.
What was your input in that meeting?
I introduced the item and asked our traffic engineer, Mark Westlake, to provide the report.
And you asked Mark Wessel to provide a report specifically on the agenda item, is that correct?
The Public Safety Committee report.
Okay. And did he do that?
Yes.
What information did Mr. Wessel provide in that report?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How was the agenda item relating to the crosswalk at Saddle Mountain and Triumphal Canyon on the December 19, 2019 meeting disposed of? How was the agenda item disposed of?
Mr. Wessel provided the report, summarized the discussion from the committee, and the committee's unanimous recommendation was to no modification, no changes to the crosswalk, and then he moved on to the next topic.
Were you provided with the reason why there was no recommendation of no changes?
Objection, hearsay.
Over. Yes or no?
Yes.
What was the reason that there was a recommendation for no changes?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without telling me what anyone in particular said, did the reason that no changes were recommended have anything to do with there had not been a pedestrian accident at that point,
Objection,
at that
leading.
intersection?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Do you have any understanding as to whether by December 19th, 2019, there had been any near misses at that intersection?
Foundation.
Over.
No.
So no one ever reported to you that there had been a near miss at that intersection, is that what you're saying?
Hearsay.
No.
Okay. Well, earlier you talked about the concerns that Mr. Wessel relayed to you, correct? Yeah,
Yes.
answer obviously.
Objection. Sorry, you meant foundation.
Sustained.
So those concerns that Mr. Wessel relayed to you, did they involve any near misses?
Foundation.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear from any source,
Hearsay.
or let me strike that, did you come to understand that there had been near misses at the intersection prior to this December 19, 2019 meeting?
I don't recall near misses being the term. We received a concern about the crosswalk and a driver not yielding. I don't recall whether near miss was used.
You don't recall people having to run out of the way from cars coming?
No.
Was there any city council meetings between August 28th of 2020 and September 29th of 2020?
Can you say those dates again, please?
August 28th of 2020 and September 29th of 2020.
Yes.
And what do you recall generally about a meeting?
The council meets twice a month. They have a recess in August. That's why I was thinking about when the first meeting in September was. I don't recall what the agenda items were in that September period.
Okay, so So if you don't recall whether the agenda items in that 1 month of August 28, 2020 to September 29, 2020 included the crosswalk at Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain, is that correct?
Right, yes.
Was it ever relayed to you that there was an incident that occurred on August 28th of 2020 at the crosswalk of Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, I'm not asking you what you heard, but I just want to know if it came to your attention that something happened at that intersection 1 month before this accident. Did that ever come to your attention?
Not that I recall.
If the city traffic engineer had received information of something happening at the intersection that dealt with safety on August 28, 2020, would you expect the city traffic engineer to let you know as the city manager?
Foundation.
Sustained.
Did you expect the city traffic engineer to report any traffic safety conditions to you?
Yes,
So if there was a traffic safety condition that occurred on August of 2020, you would expect the traffic safety engineer to tell you about it. Isn't that true?
Foundation, vague, and leading.
Over.
yes.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, as the city manager for the city of Westlake, part of your responsibilities included overseeing responses to community concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety, correct?
Yes,
And you worked in that regard directly with Mr. Wessel, a licensed traffic engineer with more than 30 years' experience in the field, is that correct?
yes,
And as it relates to the city of Westlake, Mark Wessel was the licensed traffic engineer for more than 33 years. Is that your understanding?
yes, that's right.
And based on all of your work with him, did you believe that Mr. Wessel was a competent, well-qualified engineer to perform that work for the city?
Yes,
And the city of Westlake, in your capacity as the city manager, has a process in place to receive and respond to community concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety, correct?
yes,
Residents could raise those concerns by calling the city, they can email or through the city's website.
that's right.
And when the city of Westlake received a complaint about Triumphal and Saddle Mountain Drive, did it ignore it?
Objection, foundation speculation,
Sustained.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
What was your understanding of the city's process when it received a complaint about Triumphal and Saddle Mountain Drive, when it received a complaint from a citizen?
If we receive a complaint from a citizen, it gets assigned to the appropriate department and personnel. And then it depends on the complaint, how it's resolved. If it's public safety, I will most often hear about that. And then depending on the nature of the complaint, often goes to the Public Safety Committee. And then from there, a report to the City Council.
Okay. So in some form or fashion, a complaint would be received by the city and it'd be investigated, right?
Objection, leading,
It's
and
cross-examination.
foundation, speculation, and hearsay.
Over.
You can answer.
Yes,
And at times, depending on the complaint, the traffic engineer, Mark Wessel, would get involved in that investigation. Is that correct?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Over.
yes,
And the concerns, if those concerns you believe them to be appropriate, were regularly brought before the city's public safety committee for deliberation, right?
yes.
Objection, foundation, speculation, and hearsay.
Sustained.
Under what circumstances would concerns or complaints about the intersection be brought before the city's public safety committee for deliberation?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware of that process of when how a complaint would be brought before the city's public safety committee for deliberation?
Yes.
Can you describe that to us?
So if a complaint comes in, and if it's traffic related, Mark Westle, our traffic engineer, is usually the first to review that complaint. He'll have a discussion with me about it, and depending on the nature of the complaint, I will decide whether it goes onto the Public Safety Committee agenda.
So that process that you just described, that was in place for the entire time to today, as you've been the city manager, is that correct?
Yes.
And these Public Safety Committee meetings, they were open to the public, right?
Yes.
And community members, including members of a homeowners association, they were able to participate and express their concerns at those meetings, is that right?
Yes.
And the city, if following the process that you just described, the city council would deliberate about those potential safety concerns and potential improvements that could be implemented at the crosswalk, correct?
Objection, foundation, speculation, compound, and hearsay.
Sustain.
Were you familiar with how the city would take into account and consider any complaints about pedestrian safety at the intersection? How the city council would do that and handle that?
Yes.
Objection, speculation, foundation, overbroad. And
Finish.
hearsay.
Over.
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
Sorry.
Can you describe that process for us?
Can you ask that question again, please?
Sure. Were you aware of how the city council, upon receipt of a complaint about safety at the intersection, how the city council would analyze and review that complaint?
Objection, foundation, speculation, hearsay.
Over.
Yes. So we would have a Public Safety Committee meeting. That's 2 council members of the 5 council members assigned to that committee. When it's the subject matter of traffic safety, the city traffic engineer would be invited to come and speak and provide perspective that would be helpful for the committee. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the committee would then discuss it and then ultimately make a recommendation to the city council.
So the city council would deliberate based on the complaint and the information it got, including information from Mark Westle, the professional traffic engineer.
Yes.
And installing, traffic enhancements that members of the community would request does not automatically mean that they're going to be installed, right?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Over.
In other words, if a resident reports that he or she almost got hit by a speeding driver and requests the city install a 4-way traffic signal, that doesn't mean a traffic signal is going to get installed, does it?
No.
There's a process that must be followed before a traffic safety enhancement like a signal or beacons or something else can be installed, right?
Yes.
And that process that you told us about was followed here the entire time that you've been the city manager with respect to complaints about pedestrian safety at Triunfo and Saddle Mountain Drive, right?
Yes.
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Over.
And after all the meetings and deliberation and input from Mark Westle, the city council ultimately voted against installing additional safety enhancements at Triunfo and Saddle Mountain Drive, right?
Yes.
And that conclusion, based on your own personal experience, was informed in significant part by Mark Westle, and that the intersection had no prior auto versus pedestrian collisions before September 29th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And is that your understanding as you sit here today that from September 29th, 2020 and all dates prior to that, based on what you know, the only auto versus pedestrian collision that occurred at the intersection was the one involving the Iskander boys?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And sir, I'll represent to you that Mr. Westle, Mark Westle, he was here last week. He gave testimony. And with respect to his testimony concerning engineering determinations about whether the roadway, the intersection, the crosswalk, the signage, whether that complied with all applicable state and federal codes and standards. Would you defer to his testimony in that regard?
Objection, foundation, speculation, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
And similar question with respect to Mr. Wessel's testimony about whether the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit sign at the intersection, we'll strike that. With respect to Mark Wessel's testimony about the appropriateness of the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit at the intersection, would you defer to his testimony about its appropriateness?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes.
Same question with respect to Mr. Wessel's testimony about whether sight distances met or exceeded all applicable standards. Would you defer to Mr. Wessel in that regard?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes.
And similar question with respect to whether the roadway and intersection, Saddle Mountain Drive and Triumpho, was in a dangerous condition at the time of our fatal crash. Would you defer to Mr. Wessel in that regard?
Yes.
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
No further questions. Thank you.
Forgot about you, sorry.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
When you first took over as city manager in 2019, did you look back to see if there were any prior concerns or recommendations regarding the intersection at Triumpho Canyon and Saddle Mountain?
I did go back and look at the history of that intersection after the discussion with Mark Wessel when we received that complaint.
Did you locate anything?
Yes.
Did you locate any prior recommendations?
Yes.
Did those recommendations play a role in your consideration of the concerns that you received in 2019?
No. And
why not?
I was new to the city. It was a concern the public, a member of the public raised, and I felt it required a review of the Public Safety Committee.
What was your understanding of what the recommendations prior to your tenure?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
As a city manager, do you have authority to direct city departments and contractors?
Yes.
Does that include traffic engineering department or contractors?
Yes.
Did you ever direct any studies be done at the intersection of Triumpho and Saddle Mountain in 2019?
Not that I recall.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Drews, you just testified that you looked at the history of the prior concerns and that those did not play a role in your decision. Is that correct?
Foundation.
Overruled.
Did not play a role in my decision to place the item on the Public Safety Committee agenda.
Well, you testified that there had been no pedestrian collisions before September 20th of 2020, true?
Yes.
And in response to Mr. Owen's questions, that was a factor in why the changes that were being requested were not made, correct?
The fact that there were no collisions in the history of the crosswalk
Yes,
was a factor, yes.
that was a factor. And in considering that decision, because you said it's your decision, right? It's ultimately your decision, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you testified that you would communicate with Mr. Wessel, and then the decision as to what is going to happen next is your decision, right? You take it to the city council, right?
I take it to the Public Safety Committee I was
Okay.
referring to.
And because no one had yet been hit at that intersection, the decision was made not to make the change, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You testified a moment ago that you looked at the history and you did see that there were prior concerns at this intersection, correct?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
And yet, you did not make a recommendation that any changes would be made to that intersection, correct?
Argument foundation.
Overruled.
No.
It's not correct? You did make a recommendation to make a change?
My recommendation was to place it on the Public Safety Committee agenda and for the committee to hear directly from the traffic engineer.
And your understanding of why the changes were not made, why the city council didn't recommend them, because there had not been a pedestrian vehicle accident, correct?
That's partly correct. There was a variety of reasons why the traffic engineer felt like it was not necessary.
And the city council and the public safety committee and the city council didn't consider near misses in making that decision, correct?
Foundation leading.
Sustained.
Well, you were at the meeting, right?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that no changes were made because no one has yet been hit?
Asked and answered. Leading.
Sustained.
By the way, just to back up a little bit, the intersection of Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain is within the city of Westlake Village, correct?
Yes.
And it is owned by the city of Westlake Village, right?
Yes.
Who ultimately makes the decisions about what happens with that intersection?
Asked and
City.
answered. Overruled.
The city council.
And the city council makes the decision based on the information that's provided to it, correct?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
And if information is out there, but it's not provided to the city council won't be able to act on that information, correct?
Foundation speculation.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. And if information is out there, but it's not provided to the city council won't be able to act on that information, correct?
Yes.
And if Mr. Wessel had information that something happened on October 20th of 2020, 1 month before this accident, but he didn't present it to the city council would have no way of knowing about that, true?
Foundation speculation.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. I think you want to rephrase your question.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. And if Mr. Wessel had information that something had happened on October 20th, 1 month before this accident, at that intersection, but he didn't present it to the city council would not have that information to act on.
It's foundation. It's foundation.
Same question,
speculation.
same objection.
I think it's a month after the crash.
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. August.
Well, same objection.
Thank you. Let me rephrase that because I gave you the wrong month by accident. Okay, so let me ask you that again.
Mhm.
If Mr. Wessel had information that something had happened on August 20th, 1 month before this accident, at that intersection, at Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain, but he didn't present that to the city council would not have the benefit of having that information to act on in that meeting or before the accident, true?
Foundation, incomplete hypothetical speculation.
Sustain.
Will you expect Mr. Wessel if somebody has, something happens, a safety concern happens at an intersection within the city of Westlake Village, you expect Mr. Wessel, if he is informed of that to tell the city council, true?
Foundation, speculation. Ask
No.
answer.
Sustain. Answer stricken.
Since you've been the city manager, during the time that you've been the city manager and prior to September 29th of 2020, has the city council ever approved any changes to an
Let me
intersection
invite you
within
to-
Westlake?
Council, let me invite you to rephrase.
Okay, what did I say? Sorry. During the time that you have been city manager and prior to September 29,
Let me
2020.
invite you to rephrase.
All right, prior to September 29th of 2020, do you have any understanding of any time that the Public Safety Committee and the City Council have approved changes based only on a near miss at the Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain intersection?
Foundation, speculation.
Sustain.
Thank you, no further questions.
Questions from the jury? To raise your hand so slowly.
Sorry.
Question. If a complaint is received, what is the timeline for complaint to be put before a committee?
It depends. It's usually within a month or two is typical.
Any other questions? That's it. Thank you. You're excused. Next witness. Next witness.
Oh, yes, the defense calls Raymond Taylor.
Lieutenant, please approach the witness stand but remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And if you could please state and spell your name for the record.
It's Raymond Taylor, Taylor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Taylor, how are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you did prior, I understand you're retired, is that correct?
Yes,
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you did prior to retiring?
I have served in local government for approximately 44 years, and most recently served as the city manager in Westlake Village for 25 years.
And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena, correct?
That's correct.
And you have your attorney here with you, correct?
City attorneys, yeah, representative, yes.
Are you currently employed?
Not at the present time.
So what were your duties as, and responsibilities as the city manager during the time that you were in that position?
The city manager is appointed position by the city council, serves at the pleasure of the city council. It's akin to the chief administrative officer in a private corporation, except obviously in this case, the city is a public corporation. City manager is responsible for the efficient operation of all departments. All department heads in a city organization report to the city manager. The city manager is also charged with helping the city council develop policy decisions and carrying out those policy actions approved by the council.
Okay. And you mentioned that you have been in the role of city manager for 25 years. Do you recall attending city council meetings?
Yes,
Are you aware of an accident that involved two pedestrians that occurred September 29th of 2020?
yes,
Now, that happened after you had retired, is that correct?
yes.
But you still were aware of it. Can you tell us how you became aware of it?
Well, sadly, I live about a mile or so from that location, and I heard sirens that evening and learned subsequent. I don't know if it was that night, but the next day I had heard from that there was a fatality at that location.
Okay. And do you still live in that community?
I do.
Is that intersection at, well, let me back up. The accident that you heard about took place at the intersection of Triumphal Canyon Road and Saddle Mountain Road, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Is that an intersection that you, prior to September 29, 2020, that you would travel on?
on occasion, yes.
Okay. When you were the city manager, do you recall people who lived in the community having concerns about the safety at that intersection?
Yes.
Now, tell me what you recall about that.
It's called
Objection,
hearsay.
hearsay. Oh, you're doing? Okay. Oh.
We're fighting over the witness.
Sustain.
Did you yourself have any concerns about the safety at that intersection prior to September 29, 2020?
No.
Okay. And why is that? Why did you have no concerns?
I'm not a traffic engineer, and my responsibilities as a city manager don't go there.
So in your official capacity, is it fair to say that you were not concerned about that intersection safety?
But it's actually leading and suggestive.
Sustain.
Well, let me ask you, so when you answered the question a moment ago about safety concerns, can you tell me whether your lack of safety concerns was related specifically to your job as city manager?
It's relevance, foundation,
Vague.
vague.
Sustain.
When you were city manager, you did attend city council meetings where the reports of public safety committee would be given, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And your understanding is who would draft those reports?
public safety committee reports would be the traffic engineer.
And that would be who?
At that time, it was Mark Westlake.
I'd like to ask you about, well, let me back up. The issue of the crosswalk at Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain, do you have a recollection whether, well, let me back up. Did the Public Safety Committee meetings during the time that you were city manager include discussions from time to time about the intersection at Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain?
Yes.
What do you recall generally about those discussions?
What's hearsay?
It's the same.
What do you recall generally about? So let me back up. How would it be, without telling me about the discussions, how would it be that something would come on to an agenda item at the city council meeting? Can you describe that?
Vague.
Over.
Could you be, I'm sorry, could you be a little bit more
Sure.
specific? Because there are lots of ways items get on a city council agenda, and there are multiple issues that arise.
Well, let's just focus on issues of public safety. Are you able to tell us how that would get on an agenda?
Typically, that would get on an agenda based on an issue that arose in the community.
An issue that rose in the community?
Arose in the community.
What kinds of issues do you recall arising in the community that would cause a safety issue to be added to the agenda?
A request from a neighborhood for a stop sign, for example, a request for some sort of traffic control, could be curb, red curb painting at an intersection. Those are examples that come to mind.
And during the time that you were the city manager, were any of these types of requests made regarding that intersection?
Vague.
Overall.
Could you repeat the question one
Sure,
more time,
I'll just read
please?
it back.
Yeah.
And during the time that you were the city manager, were there any of these types of requests made regarding that intersection?
I don't recall specific requests, no.
Well, you mentioned stop signs, you mentioned traffic control, and you mentioned red curb painting. Are those the only types of changes that you recall coming up that would come on the agenda?
Those misstates the testimony we refer to the word changes.
It's the same.
Well, we were talking a moment ago about how items come onto the agenda. You recall that?
Yes.
And then you described that there would, if there were requests for things like a stop sign, a traffic control, or red curb painting as examples, correct?
Yes.
What about flashing lights? Would that be something that would go onto the agenda if there was a request for those?
Yes.
And do you recall any of those types of requests prior to September 29, 2020?
I do not.
Do you recall any requests? Well, actually, let me back up. What do you recall about safety requests that made it to the agenda prior to September 29, 2020?
This-
Safety requests for that intersection or in general?
For that intersection, yes.
Well, I retired in 2018, and that was probably 8-9 years ago, and I don't really recall any specifics.
Would it
Why don't
refresh your
why don't we
recollection?
take our morning break? Not talk about the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. See you back in a About 15 minutes. Remember, you gotta go up. Stand up.
Do you recall any resolution relating to the crosswalk as a result of the March 28, 2018 city council meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't understand when you say resolution, could you be a little bit more clear,
Do
please?
you recall if the city council made any determinations at the March 28, 2018 meeting relating to the Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain crosswalk?
I don't recall their action or inaction that night.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hold on.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
In your role as the city manager, how did the recommendations from the traffic engineer factor into your management of public safety issues?
Could you repeat that again? I'm not
Sure.
sure I understand the question.
If there were citizen complaints that came in or concerns that came in regarding an intersection, would you meet with a traffic engineer?
We would often communicate either in meetings or on the telephone. Yes.
Would you get recommendations from the traffic engineer on how to address those concerns?
Oftentimes, no. No.
I'm sorry. Would the traffic, you would not discuss the recommendations from the traffic engineer as part of your job as the city manager?
Those recommendations by the traffic engineer would be typically made at a public safety committee meeting composed of 2 council members.
Prior to the public safety committee meeting, would you get this information from the traffic engineer?
On occasion, yes.
Well, in order to put, if my understanding based on the documents that we've seen, in order for the information to be put in front of the public safety committee, it comes from the city manager, is that correct?
It comes from the subject matter expert. In this case, it would have been the traffic engineer.
But in order to get in front of the public safety committee, that's done by you as a city manager.
Well, a meeting would be called, duly noticed public safety committee meeting would be called, and the item would be placed on the agenda.
Who calls that meeting?
Typically, it would be me as city manager.
And how would you know that a meeting needed to be called?
If an issue arose in the community and it needed to be reviewed by the city council, it would be pretty evident in terms of what the issue was, whether or not there were multiple requests from different entities and so on.
Would you have to get this information before you presented it to the public safety committee?
Typically, that there would not be a written report. There would be an oral report made by the traffic engineer.
The public safety committee report, doesn't, if I remember correctly, when we looked at it earlier, it says that it's from the city manager to,
We haven't looked at any of those reports.
Sustain.
as a city manager, do you send out any type of memorandum to the public safety committee regarding what items need to be on any particular agenda?
Typically, no.
How does the public safety committee become aware of what needs to be met about?
An agenda is produced and the meeting is called and the agenda is reviewed.
And prior to that public safety committee meeting, do you review the recommendations or any
All
of
right,
the documentation?
let's move on to something else.
Do you take any action to to present or advance any recommendations to the Public Safety Committee or the City Council?
That's not my role as city manager.
As a city manager, do you have, or did you have the authority to direct city departments and contractors?
City departments, but not necessarily contractors if they're independent contractors.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never met, but I'm representing the Iskander families. First question I have, there are procedures in place so that you're not relying on one person to do one thing. There's a whole set of rules and procedures if anyone issues any complaint, claim, any notice to the city. Is that right?
Objection leading.
Is that right?
Yes.
And why do you have such, withdraw that. Is the city manager someone in charge of overseeing the departments to make sure they're properly staffed,
Yes.
to make sure they have proper procedures and policies in effect?
Correct.
In fact, the city manager is the one that makes the policies for the running of the city. You oversee it, you approve it, and it's your job to make sure there's procedures in place to deal with whatever comes on in the day-to-day operations of the city
Objection leading.
overall.
You can answer.
Yes.
And did you do that for 25 years at Westlake?
Try my best.
Okay, and was there, you said you had other experience. What other cities did you work with?
Objection relevance.
Overrule.
I served as city manager in Rolling Hills Estates for about 8 years. I was city manager. I was Malibu's first city manager when they incorporated. I worked in several other agencies as well. Since retirement, I've worked in several different interim assignments, 3 for the city of Beverly Hills, 1 as city manager for the city of Calabasas while they were recruiting for their position, to fill that position. And most recently, over the last couple months, as the community development planning director for the city of Agoura Hills.
And sir, in your experience, is it your job to hire qualified people that are assigned different tasks in the city?
Objection beyond scope.
Overrule.
Yes,
And is one of those positions that it's important to have a top flight qualified licensed traffic engineer?
Objection leading.
Overrule.
correct.
And what was the name of the city traffic engineer when you were there?
Mark Wessel.
And how would you describe his competence and ability in serving as the city traffic engineer?
Objection. Foundation speculation.
Overrule.
I worked with Mark for probably 25 years. He assisted me in the city of Malibu when I was city manager there. I have the utmost respect for his knowledge of traffic engineering and his ability to work with the community and residents in addressing traffic safety issues.
And as a city manager, bringing things to a city council, is it your job to make sure you have top people that are making recommendations?
Yes,
And was there ever any question whatsoever about Mr. Wessel's experience, competence, work at the city of Westlake?
Objection foundation speculation.
Overall.
no,
As the city manager, all of these different departments, you're not an expert in all those areas, are you?
heavens no.
But you want to have people, as I think you said CEO, and the CEO would have people that are qualified to be in charge of the various departments of the city, which is you're the CEO of.
Correct.
And you oversee them,
Yes,
you hire them,
yes,
and if they're not doing their job, you fire them.
unfortunately, yes.
And as far as Mr. Wessel, did you ever have any issue whatsoever when his work, his competence as a traffic engineer for your city?
Never.
Now, you told us the reasons that, well, first of all, in the city of Westlake, would that be considered a more affluent area?
Yes,
Similar to Rolling Hills, where you were the prior city manager. Those are pretty similar. Maybe Westlake's a little bigger, but more affluent area.
Chicken relevance?
Sustain.
Well, in the city of Westlake, do you take great pride in maintaining a safe city?
yes,
Do you take all steps necessary to make sure it's safe for the people that are living in your city?
it's the highest priority of the city.
So, with respect to this, Mr. Wessel was the traffic engineer responsible for evaluating the traffic conditions and advising the city and the city council whether any engineering improvements were warranted on any location.
Correct,
And the city's process for addressing safety concerns involved professional engineering review,
correct,
presentation to the public
Yes.
safety committee,
yes,
right? Which had 2 city council members on it.
that's correct,
And then the whole issue would be brought to the full city council where they would hear all the evidence, deliberate, and make a decision.
It's asked and answered.
Sorry.
Asked and answered.
Overall.
yes, correct,
And with all these traffic engineering, this isn't the only area where people were writing letters and saying, fix this, fix that on the city, correct?
yes,
Was it your experience that the community in Westlake was rather vocal?
yes, I would say so.
You were receiving letters on many, many issues in the city that maybe you would think may not even be of any concern, right?
Yes,
But as a city manager, you always follow the process, all the steps necessary to fully investigate, deliberate, and decide and respond to city concerned citizens.
yes,
Now, council asked some questions about 2014. There was some discussion about the crosswalk, right?
yes,
Did you become aware of any collisions involving pedestrians from 2014 until 2020?
not at that location.
There was also discussion, according to council, 2017. There's some questions about that, right? From
Yes.
2017 to 2020, September 29th, was there ever a pedestrian incident, death, accident at that location?
No,
In 2018, since then, was there ever any discussion that said in any way, withdraw that? Was there any evidence, withdraw that? Were there any pedestrian collisions from 2018 until Mr. Erickson and Ms. Grossman were involved in this incident?
well, I retired in December of 2018, and I can't comment after that.
Okay.
But before that, the answer is no, there were no pedestrian.
And the city
collisions.
kept traffic counts and other, how often the area was used.
Correct,
That was the traffic engineer did that.
correct.
And were you aware that over 24 million cars went through that area without a single pedestrian fatality?
Not aware of the traffic volume. No, I don't recall.
But when you make decisions, traffic volume is one of the issues, correct?
Yes,
Accident history is very important, right?
yes.
And why is that important?
Well, it demonstrates whether, by clear evidence, whether there's a safety issue or not.
At the city, you told us also that accident history, pedestrian and traffic counts, but also objective engineering standards were also used to assess any complaint or letter.
Yes,
And there were many parts to that, including engineering analysis by your licensed traffic engineer.
correct.
If somebody calls or writes a letter and says, oh, that intersection is dangerous, does that mean to you that it's a dangerous condition?
No,
And when you receive such a statement, do you follow the process that you told us earlier? Investigate, public safety meetings, traffic engineer, 2 city council members, then to the city council, entire city council, deliberate, input, and make a decision?
yes,
Exactly how you did it here.
we took, I have to say past tense, but I keep saying as if I'm still the city manager, but we took every single complaint or concern with the utmost care. Every single one.
And that's because you as a city manager cared about the people that lived in your community.
I wouldn't have spent 25 years there if that weren't the case.
And if you believe something was not up to snuff, would you, and the traffic engineer told you that, would you make sure something, we'll withdraw that question. No. This process of decision-making, deliberation, evaluation, that's how government works, isn't it?
Yes,
Government just, forget the red tape, but government, you just don't make snap decisions because someone calls on the phone and yells at you, do you?
no,
What would happen if you, every time someone wrote a letter, you did what they said?
we would not have an effective local government in that situation.
You know that. Council asked this question about flashing lights or something like that, but whatever someone suggests to do, does the city just do that, or do they assess whether that's going to help or whether it's even needed?
An assessment process would be dictated by any of that.
Does the city have to exercise professional judgment regarding crosswalks and other traffic situations when they make a decision whether or not they're going to do something?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I don't have anything. Thank you, sir.
Further questions?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So you testified that you assess what's requested, such as flashing lights, right?
I didn't ask that question.
Correct?
Objection, this state assessment, I didn't ask that question. I'm true.
Overruled.
If a request came in, it would be evaluated by a traffic engineer.
Well, on December 13th, 2017, Mr. Wessel did make a recommendation for rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Isn't that true?
Objection, it's also hearsay.
Overruled.
No,
Well, let me direct your attention to.
the recommendation came from the Public Safety Committee, not from Mr. Wessel.
And whose motion was it to grant it?
Whose motion?
Whose motion was it?
The motion was written by staff to reflect what the Public Safety Committee was recommending.
And it was recommended and the city council still voted it down, true?
The Public Safety Committee made a recommendation to look at all 4 intersections. We're talking about December 13th meeting.
Right.
And the recommendation, I think, well, I'd have to look at the report again, but I believe it referenced a interest by the Public Safety Committee to have all 4 locations evaluated.
The recommendation was for the motion was made to install the rectangular rapid flashing lights at Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain on December 13, 2017. Isn't that true?
Can we go back?
Yes.
What?
Exhibit 520 at page 3.
Thank you.
It's called for hearsay.
Sustained. Chair disregard the question.
So, and you also testified that you take every single, well, when you were city manager, took every single concern and looked at it with the utmost care. You recall that?
Yes.
But then if there's no history of pedestrian accidents at the intersection, the request is then denied. Isn't that right?
This states the testimony. It's also, we already been into this multiple times. Asked and
In
answered.
response to
Overall.
The council made that determination.
and it was denied, right?
Well, it's hearsay, and the request is hearsay. And council shouldn't be going back into areas the court told her not to.
This is in direct response to.
No,
Mr.
it's
Panish.
hearsay.
Overall.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
I'm
the
gonna-
question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll just read it.
Okay.
But then if there is no history of pedestrian accidents at the intersection, the request is then denied. Isn't that true?
There's no foundation for that.
Sustained.
Well, you were at the meeting, right?
That's
I'm
not the
sorry.
question.
The objection sustained.
Well, you testified previously today that the most important factor, I wrote it down, was whether or not there is a history of an accident at the location. You recall that?
Okay, misstates his testimony for the third time, the same subject.
Sustained.
Mr. Panish asked you if somebody writes a letter and that does, and makes a complaint, that doesn't mean that it's a dangerous condition. You recall that question?
Yes.
So if a resident of the community writes a letter complaining about the safety, you're not going to think that it's dangerous just because it didn't come from the traffic engineer, is that right?
That's not, no.
How do you investigate that? Do you contact that person? Do you meet with them?
Typically, the traffic engineer would make contact with that resident and discuss the issue.
So if a resident of the community felt that it was important enough to stop what they were doing, to write a letter to the Public Safety Commission, to get something on the agenda, you don't think that it's dangerous?
Objection, come on.
Sustained.
Jesus.
What makes the final decision? When you were city manager, what was the final decision on whether or not a condition would be deemed to be dangerous?
Well, it's called, ask and answer, but it's also calling for the law.
That's overly broad. Sustained.
Well, Mr. Panish asked you about somebody writing a letter, and that doesn't mean it's automatically dangerous. So when is a letter considered, when is the content of a concern considered to be dangerous from the city manager's perspective?
I'm not qualified to make that judgment.
And you told Mr. Panish that the community of Westlake Village was very vocal, right? You recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And they sent in a lot of letters about issues at the crosswalk, didn't they?
No objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Also yours.
Council said, and I think you even accepted this, that the community sent letters in many issues of concerns. You recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you always respond to the concerns of the citizens, true?
That's an answer.
Over, allow.
yes, yes.
And if a concern was raised to the traffic engineer, you would expect that you as the city manager would have been informed of that concern so that you could bring it to the city council, correct?
Yes.
Were you ever informed of the concern of a resident in the community 1 month before the accident in this case?
It's hearsay.
Were you ever told?
He was retired.
I
He
was-
was
I
retired.
was retired.
He was retired.
That's true. That's right. But you were retired, but yet, based on the protocol that you described, if Mr. Wessel received a concern of someone who had something happen at that intersection 1 month before, based on your understanding of the protocol, you would expect that to go to the city manager, so the city manager could be informed. Isn't that true?
That's foundation.
I didn't hear you.
Foundation.
Sustain.
It would be the job of the city traffic engineer to report to the city manager if there was a complaint at that intersection 1 month before.
Just
Do you
ask and
agree?
answer.
Sustain. All right, grab the other question.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can I ask one question?
While they collect questions, yeah.
Sir, she was asking you, Ms. Holm, about dangerous condition. Are you aware for something to be a dangerous condition of public property, it has to create a substantial risk of harm when used with reasonable care in a foreseeable manner? Are you familiar with that?
Calls for a legal conclusion,
Overrule on that basis.
Yes.
foundation and speculation.
Sustain.
Move to
Dirty
strike.
answer.
The
Stricken.
answer.
Sir, she asked you about the accident. Was your understanding that people were racing and hit 2 kids in a crosswalk?
Action beyond the scope, Your Honor.
Sustain.
She asked about it.
Sustain. All right, grab the questions. Any others? No. Let me see, council. All right, so I'm not going to ask either question. good questions, but not appropriate for me to ask.
Sorry.
We're gonna take our lunch break. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll see you back at 1:30. Your excused, sir. Stand.
Apologize. Lack of protocol.
one of the biggest engineering conference in the world. Is in DC for last, I don't know, 30 years. Unfortunately, it's in January. So I attend, I'm a member of different committees there as well.
Okay. Have you published in your field at all?
Yes, I publish as much as I can. I'm relatively busy, but I did probably at least 10 different publications of different topics related more or less to traffic engineering.
And have you written any book chapters?
Yes, so I have pretty extensive human factor background through my education, working under human factor for 5 years. And finally, I did publish. So there was a person named Dr. Olson, and he was recognized by far to be like the guru in human factor. He retired.
Excuse me,
He
this
was-
is non-responsive to the question.
Sustain, just answer the questions.
Yes, I did write a book, a couple chapters of the book named Driver Perception and Response, Forensic Driver Perception and Response.
Okay, and so in your current profession, can you tell us a little bit about what's a day-to-day, what do you do on a day-to-day basis in your profession?
It feels like lately I'm just traveling, but what I do mostly is I'm getting involved in different forensic cases, including pedestrian crashes, bicycle collisions, as well as quite a lot of construction zone projects. So I'm getting calls, I go decide, I analyze. But in addition to that, I do actually quite a lot of non-forensic work. And my non-forensic work involve those safety assessments that we discussed today, as well as doing some advanced statistical analysis to screen location for some issues. It's got a lot of statistics behind it. So I do forensic and non-forensic work on my day-to-day activities.
Is transportation engineering an important, something important for the general public?
Yes, it is. We are all utilizing transportation infrastructure every day as we drive, as we walk, or as we bike.
What, in your opinion, are the potential consequences if transportation engineers do not properly plan or design or implement roadway features?
I think maybe the best way would be to give an example. As you drive, you probably stop at the stop sign at some point in time. I mean, there's so many stop signs everywhere, wherever you go. So as you stop at the stop sign, traffic engineers need to provide you adequate sidelines so you can safely move across the major roadway. And if we fail for whatever reasons, I don't know, there are cars being parked, there are some trees or building obstructing your view, you will not be able to safely cross that intersection. So that's one of the examples. Another one is traffic signals.
Excuse me, Your Honor, it's non-responsive to the question.
Sustain.
Let me ask you a different question. What type of users should be the focus of traffic engineering?
So we try to focus on all type of users, but we really focus on bicyclists and pedestrians, mostly. But again, we focus on everybody else as well.
What percentage of your work is forensic versus non-forensic?
I would say my forensic work is about 70%, 70. Non-forensic work is probably about 30%, the remaining part.
Now, you talked about professional engineering work. How does the fact that, let me back up. Can you, in fact, sign and stamp and approve engineering plans or reports in a state if you're not licensed in that state?
So formally, I cannot seal the document. Well, obviously, I can perform the work, but I cannot seal it formally in the state that I don't have PE.
And so in those states, are you allowed to do forensic work?
Yes, I mean, I do forensic work in about 40 states in the US.
And is that what you're doing here in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you qualified as an expert in trial?
Yes, multiple times.
Tell us a little bit about your human factors. Are you an expert in human factors?
Oh, no, I will not call myself an expert in human factor, but again, I have a significant knowledge, publication, presentation in that field.
And do you use that significant knowledge in that field in order to help you do your analysis in this case?
Objection, Kennemer. Page 298.
Council sidebar.
Page 15, line 24. Do you need the question back?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. I'm going to just look over Mr. Panish's shoulder here. And do you use that significant knowledge in the field in order to help you do your analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, in this case, did you do a limited, let me ask it this way. Did you do an accident reconstruction in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you do any kind of an analysis that used basic physics and other calculations?
It's vague and ambiguous.
Sustain.
Tell me about the type of analysis that you did in this case.
Well, so there's a lot of components of my analysis, some of them purely focusing on traffic engineering, but also I did review the police report, and there were some calculations done by the investigating officers. So I look at those calculations as well.
And so you did some analysis that comes into your opinions, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Are you a biomechanical expert?
Oh, no, I'm staying away from that, no.
Did your analysis include some human factors components of perception and reaction time?
I mean,
Same objections.
Overruled.
as related to traffic engineering, yes, of course.
Did you use what is the perception reaction time that you used in your analysis?
So traffic,
It's calling for accident reconstruction opinion.
Sustain.
In any of the work that you performed in this case, did you consider perception reaction time?
Leading.
Overruled.
so yes, I mean, perception reaction time is part of the traffic engineering. It's in every single traffic engineering book, and the number is relatively fixed, 2.5 seconds.
And why do you use 2.5 seconds?
So the 2.5 seconds is being utilized by Green Book and different other manuals. And the reason for it is we want to account for most of the driving populations. Realistically, and this is described in the traffic engineering books, you can act way faster than 2.5 seconds. But for the purpose that we want to design for almost everybody, we cannot do it for everybody, but for almost everybody. Therefore, we use the 2.5 seconds perception reaction time, which is a pretty high number.
So tell the jury everything that you did to prepare for your testimony today.
So again, first of all, I follow the same procedures and standards in my field. I review a lot of documents. There was a lot of files sent to me. And then as I review the files, I start planning slowly to go to the sites. I also went to the site and I performed my site inspection. Then along the same line, I was looking into different guidances and manuals that traffic engineer like myself are utilized to support my opinions. And there are a couple of them. Some of them are specific for the state of California. So I have all the information in front of me. I went to the site. I look at all the design guidance, standards, and manuals. And based on all of it, I form my opinions.
And tell the jury, if you will, what was it you were asked to do? What was the scope of your assignment in this case?
So I was asked to perform a traffic engineering / safety analysis as related to the case.
And did you complete that assignment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you form an opinion based on the work that you did?
Yes, I did.
And so what opinion did you form, or what is the first opinion that you formed with regard to the work that you did?
So one of the opinions that I formed was related to what we call in traffic engineering field stopping sight distance. We call it SSD short. So the opinion as related to the stopping sight distance involved me physically actually measuring it when I was at the site, and also I utilized the 2D and 3D model to confirm my measurements. And the way how that stopping sight distance is actually one of the fundamental.
Excuse me, Your Honor. It's non-responsive to the question. What was the opinion?
Staying.
Right, so we'll come back to that, but let's get out right away. What opinion did you form about the stopping sight distance?
So it's my opinion the stopping sight distance doesn't confirm with known and accepted engineering standard as existed at the time of the collision.
Okay, and can you explain why you came to that conclusion?
Absolutely. So again, I measure the stopping sight distance, and the way you measure it, you select obviously the worst possible case. Actually, can I step
Yes, of course.
outside and use that
With the
board? Will be much
permission.
easier.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we have some markers.
Yeah, I have some markers. So let me, I'm going to draw the intersection, so it will be kind of approximate to explain my analysis of the stopping sight distance. So what we have is something like that. Here's that curve. Okay. Here's the direction I'm just going. Here's one lane of travel. Here's the second lane of travel. Then we have this median right there. At some point, we are reaching the intersection. But this road, this line, this curve continues straight. So here's the intersection and looks something like that. And the curve is not like this at that side, looks more like that. Okay? And here you have another lane. And here's another part, and here's your intersection, this intersection, and here you have another 2 lanes of travel. So to measure stopping sight distance, oh, and by the way, one more thing I didn't include. Here is a parking lane. So you can park your car pretty much everywhere along that section. So I will mark it at X.
And that's the curve along the side there, is that right?
Correct. There is a curve along that side, and then you have a bike lane. I'm just going to skip the bike lane. Keep it very, very simple. So here are the cars that can be parked. There's absolutely no restriction to not to park. You can park anytime you want. So the stopping sight distance. So what we do as a traffic engineers, let's say in this case, we are focusing really on that crosswalk. So I'm going to kind of mark it right here. So you have 2 lanes of travel. So we put an object 6 inches tall in the middle of that crosswalk. And then we move back to the point where I can still see that object. So I bend my knees to 3.5 feet above the ground, because that's the position of the driver, the eyes of the driver when you sit in the car. And I move backwards and I try to see where I'm going to lose the sight of that object. So actually when you draw the line, so it's coming like something like that, and here's the point. So I was going here, I can see the object. I was going here, I can see finally, whoops, I cannot see anymore. So the distance I measure, again, is plus minus about 360 feet. That's the stopping sight distance I measure. Now the question is, what's the required stopping sight distance based on the traffic engineering manuals? So you have tables. There's a calculation you can do, but some people are lazy, so we have tables. So the table looked pretty much like this in that manual. Here's your table. And here is the stopping sight distance. Okay. And I measure 360. And here's speed. Because obviously, the higher speed, you have to have more sight distance. So the speed, and in the manual, actually very clearly, in the state of California, as well as in grid book, it says design speed. So that is the design speed.
So when you say design speed, is that different than the posted speed?
Yes, it is. Most of the times, design speed is about 5 to 10 miles per hour over what's the posted speed limit. And it's very simple reason for that. For example, the chairs that you're sitting on can sustain, I don't know, maybe 150 pounds. That's what is on the label, maybe. But if somebody's 180, you will be still okay. So the same concept is here. The design speed is always higher than the posted speed limit because we know people may go faster. So we allow that flexibility.
So Dr. Wozniak, the jury has heard from Mr. Dunlap, who said that the road was designed at 55. Do you agree with that?
Oh, yes, I do agree. Design speed is 55 for this road.
But the posted speed is something else, is that correct?
That is correct. The posted speed was and probably still is today 45. So I measured at 360 feet, again, as I pointed out. Now I go to the table and try to find the 55. So you go like 10, 15, and so on. At 360, there is a 45 speed, but then here's the 55. Because again, in those book, it says design speed, not posted. It's design speed. So 55 is the design speed. So the question is, what is the required stopping sight distance at that speed?
And what is the required stopping sight distance at 55 design speed?
So the stopping sight distance, I will just write it right here, is this, 500 feet. For the design speed of 55, the stopping sight distance is 500 feet, and I measure 360.
So the jury heard from Mr. Wessel last week, and he said that the stopping sight distance on this road was 360 feet. Do you agree with that's what you can see?
Yes, that's what you can see physically in the field, which is below what is required.
But he said that the 360 degrees satisfy the requirements of the manual. Do you agree with that?
First of all, it's unintelligible, 360 degrees.
Sorry, feet, 360 feet. Let me repeat that question. Mr. Wessel told the jury that 360 feet satisfy the manual's requirements. Do you agree with that?
Obviously, I don't, because this is the design speed, not the posted speed. I think I'll just sit maybe for now.
Yes, okay. So did you form an opinion as to where the 500 feet would be on this particular roadway?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, and where would that be?
It's further down. Let me maybe just point it out approximately where
I
that
think
will.
we actually have that on our exhibit. That is, what we've marked as 595. 590. Oh, that's 98.
What exhibit?
98.
Number 98?
598. 598. So let's put up 598, and I think that's what you are just describing